Going for the button. Good luck, gents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh my god. Big card! Oh my god, this is so sick!
Oh my god, that's
Oh my god.
No. Button's in play.
No. After this.
Oh my god. That was a nut worth.
So it's a huge welcome back to the Oakwood Premier in Melbourne. This is it. We're on the final table of Melbourne champs. There's $120,000 to the winner here out of a $575,000 prize pool. Biggest ever in Australian Poker Tour history. Harvey Silver with you, and next to me, Braden Jinx. And we are going to have some fun on this Tuesday afternoon, aren't we?
Well, let's skip the introduction because one of the most exciting parts of the tournament's just taken place. Two extremely short stacks. The button draw is probably the most important thing because wherever the button ends up, Dennis and Chris could be basically forced all in no matter what. And it looks like it's turned out the worst way possible for both Chris and Dennis. It looks like the ace landed on George, which means Chris is going to be nearly forced all in on the big blind in the first hand, and Dennis is right next to him, so it couldn't have worked out any worse for the short stacks.
We'll have those chip stacks updated for you shortly. We're yet to play our first hand of this, but you're talking about where the button lands in the first hand here. What about the last hand last night? How crazy was that? If you have not seen that online.
Well, it's already been clipped and shared by the APT page. It had, last time I looked, 6,500 views, Harvey.
Yep. Well,
6,500 people listening to us carry on like pork chops.
If you haven't seen it yet, make sure you get there. Here we
Now,
go.
Just,
Cards in the air.
just because the way that
Dennis,
he's picked up ace queen for 2.5
I
big
think you might
blinds.
be all in.
Well, this is interesting because Chris is going to be... So Chris is going to have 5 bigs, so 3 after he pays the big blind and big blind ante as Tam picks up pocket 9s. I dare say could just come with call. That button draw was so important for Chris and Dennis. Chris or Dennis had a drawn the ace, they would have had 8 free hands, but now they're basically going to be forced in.
Oh, God.
What is this a joke? Is this a joke? Is this the same deck as last night? What's happening?
So Jeremy Lee, who we didn't see last night, he was on the outer table when we got down to the final table.
Jeremy working with, what is that, about 16 bigs. After the open and the call, I could just see Jeremy putting this one in. In fact, may not have another option other than that. A click would look incredibly strong. Looks like he is going to click this one. Alarm bell's got to be going off for Tam now already.
Perry folds, we get round to the big blind, and Chris holds that. So Dennis obviously all in, so we come back around to Tam.
Tam's got a decision here. I don't know how well ace queen is going to perform versus this click. Maybe if Jeremy jammed, Tam could call it off, but this is so strong. He's actually given Tam a way out of this hand, and we could have a 3-way all-in on our first hand, though, Harvey. But Tam potentially has played... Jeremy's given Tam a way out of it. However, I've played with Tam many times, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him put it in. He does. Tam couldn't help it, and that's always going to be running into the top of Jeremy's range.
First hand back.
3-way all in. I think this is the same deck of cards we used last night, Harvey, and we have a 3-way all in. Can't help but feel Tam could have got away from that one there. Jeremy gave him the chance, but Tam's put it in. And we have a monstrous three-way all-in, and Dennis Huntley could be more than tripling up.
Well, we didn't see an ace folded anywhere there.
No,
so
I think
that's
you're right.
Good news for Dennis, potentially.
No, you were right. All outs are left in the deck.
Nice. Miles in front here, Jeremy.
4 of spades on the river, and Jeremy wins a huge first pot. And we're going to say goodbye to Dennis Huntley, of course. What happened to him last night was some of the sickest poker you'll ever see. He's had to drive all the way back in for one hand, and he's out the door.
Getting kings in 3 is never going to be bad.
I know no limit hold'em poker tournaments are pretty devastating, but that's got to be up there. Driving all the way in for one hand, and he is out.
975.
And he had a chance too. He picked up ace queen for 2.5 bigs.
Yep. What made it worse for Dennis last night is we were playing down to 9. And we had that crazy, crazy hand, and as soon as it finished, someone busted on the outside table, and we were done for the night. So he didn't even get a chance to play another hand.
Well, you got to think
That was
too.
it.
If that hand on the outer table started, you know, a minute earlier, that hand never gets played.
Yep.
Dennis' hands never gets played, and everything changes. And Dennis would be up around 1.5 million chips, except here's our first bust out of the main event. Tam deciding to run the 9s there. Off the top of my head, you'd be up towards, you'd have millions of, Jeremy picks up queens here. Tam is not a man that likes to fold cards. He's very, very good intuitively though. I was surprised to see him punch the 9s in there as Jeremy picking up kings and queens in the first 2 hands of today's event. Of course, $120,000 up top to the winner. And that beautiful diamond silver APT championship ring. As we've got the payouts here for you. Dennis walking home with 13,500. Every player now guaranteed 16,120K up top, 79K for second and 53 for third. This is interesting now. Perry's going to be pretty wide here in the cutoff. Chris has 2.5 with the ace-6. Probably had to be done. He's in pretty bad shape here, and we could have 2 bust outs here in the first 3 hands. Tam now with a decision. I'm just wondering if, is Perry able to raise? So Tam could call here, and Perry might not be able to come back over the top. 120, 160, yeah, so it would have to be 180. So Tam can call here, and Perry can't raise over the top, so I'd be surprised to see Tam lay these 5s down.
And you bang on, he's just called there.
And Perry can't do anything other than call here because it is under the required raise. And Chris, ace-6 off 3 ways. He's not going to be liking this at all. But he has a great chance to triple up if he can bang off a 6 at some point on this run out. Chris Kokonos all in. Doesn't even have the backdoor spades working. Usually in a spot like this, we'll see these two players check it down, obviously with a pay jump on the line. Perry will probably check this one back, does so. Big river coming up for Chris, and Tam's fives are going to hold. And we're going to lose Chris Kokonos. 2 eliminations in 3 hands, Harvey.
I was potentially expecting that with Dennis so short, and then Chris also getting pretty short there. But then again, how many events have we seen where we've had short stacks and it's just gone and gone
Well,
and gone?
what's just happened in the last 3 hands really goes to show how important that button draw was. Let's just say the button landed in seat 9. You know, Dennis and Chris have actually got a bit of time. 6 or 7 hands, they can potentially get another jump if a cooler happens between another 2 players. But the button drew in the absolute worst possible place for Chris and Dennis, and we've lost them both. 7 remain. Everyone now guaranteed 19,500 in the biggest ever APT main event. Chris's lovely partner there in the background.
Long drive in for Chris and as well this morning, just to play 3 hands. Going to make the most of it.
I'll make you feel a little bit better, Harvey.
It hasn't come from far away.
It's walkable. No, his apartment is. They both live together. It's a walkable distance, so
Okay, well, that's good to
he can
know.
just walk back up the road home. So it's not too bad.
We're seeing some starting hands already this morning. Now Kwong with queens.
Are we sure? What's going on with the deck?
300,000.
Tam picks up another pair. I think he's had a pair every hand, isn't he? Virtually.
He's had 9s, 5s, and 2s in the first 4 hands. Just a bit of Hollywood here from Tam. Perry looked to let this one go. Of course, Chris and his partner are both off to Vegas next week for the World Series. She plays as well, so 16,000 extra in the kitty will do them quite well as we lose him in 8th place. And Jeremy, I was about to say, running hot with the deck. So's Kwong. Ace King here. Just 3-bet the last hand as well, so Jeremy is not a man who likes to fold. He loves to get amongst it. We're going to see a lot more chips go in the middle here, is my prediction.
Kwong is our massive chip leader here.
100 big blinds at an FT. Something you don't see too often. You know, Tam is a very strong PLO player, and he just doesn't like folding anything. More importantly, 2 of those spades Jeremy would need to make a flush have been folded. Jeremy loves playing pots. Wouldn't be surprised to see him take one off here. So that one, it's going in the bin.
Good fold.
That is something I haven't seen Jeremy do too often. Maybe he's changed the strategy into this FT. He's a man that loves playing hands, but the Jack 10 suited goes into the muck.
Talking of heading off to the World Series, a bit of drama in Vegas overnight. Sure, all the keen poker players will catch up with that pretty soon, but we've heard just through the narrow tube there that a WSOP event's been cancelled.
Yeah,
we're
that's
not quite sure
what's happened there.
Happened in the middle of the event. Will be of interest to a hell of a lot of Aussies who are already over there, and the ones heading there, and there's quite a few faces that we've seen this week, Braden, who are on their way over to Vegas very, very shortly.
Yep, I know Liam. He's in seat 3. Will be going next week. He won his way into the main event already. So Liam Jehu will be in the WSCP main event. Keep your eye out for him. Chris Kokonos will be there as well. I'd be surprised if Perry wasn't going over to 120k in your pocket right before Vegas. It may not last long, but you might be able to parlay it into something quite large too. So,
and if it is not one of those 3 that take out the 120k, I've got a feeling whoever that is might have a think about going over as well.
Wouldn't blame him.
Great experience. WSOP managed to get over there a couple of years ago. Fantastic time to be in Vegas at a time when it's probably not a fantastic time to be in America at the moment, but Vegas does seem to live in its own bubble over there, and a lot of fun during the WSOP.
Liam has a decision here with the ace 3. That is a raise less than all in. Love this from Liam. Giving himself a chance to get away if it goes all in, all in. Georgie just weighing this one up with the ace deuce.
George, of course, the huge beneficiary of that hand last night. He was on his way out the door.
Unbelievable.
We're not going to spoil it if you haven't seen it.
Just check it out on the Facebook page.
Absolutely crazy. As the last hand of the night, you're about to get onto a final table. Crazy.
We've put that. We've put the link for that hand in the comments, so you can go check that out. 2-minute video of me and Harvey basically just carrying on, but that is not a hand that you will see very often, especially when there's 10 left in a main with 120k up top, and that happens, and you want to play poker for a living.
And what a surprise. Tam picks up a pocket pair again. It's pretty crazy, this.
It really is.
Raise. 400,000. Fold, fold, fold. Fold. 400,000.
George bins the ace queen there straight away without even thinking. Into the gun verse 1, Tam 3-betting this one, and very mulling over his decisions with the ace deuce. George just asking Chris about that hand, I dare say. Goes into the mark.
So, Quang, there's plenty of chips. One of those hands you'd love to see a flop with.
I think you're bang on, Harvey. A flop will be seen. We've just gone up to 40, 80K, and Kwong flops top pair. And the 9 of hearts has been folded. There's not too many ways out of this for Tam. Probably a board he'd look to continue on as well. So SPR is 1.2. More chips will be going into this pot potentially. Damn, Kwong's going to find a lead here in a 3-bet pot. Goodness me, this is not something that you see too often. As Kwong leads here for 1/5 into the 3-better. Certainly unconventional to say the least. But he's working with 6 million and Tam's just going to bin that one.
Wow.
There we go. Not something I saw coming. Don't see too many leads in 3-bet pots, especially on final tables. Tam just being able to get away with that small size from Kwong, and that chip lead is up over 7 million. Very interesting.
So Campbell, who's been very quiet and is very short, this undoubtedly is going all in, isn't it, Jinxie?
Just about guarantee it, Harvey. These chips will be going into the middle. See if he leaves 40K behind. 80K, sorry, no, it's going all in. Just got to get through Kwong here, and it's not going. It's not getting through. And Campbell's going to be all in and at risk versus the 8s as Kwong asks for a count.
Very small percentage of his stack. Quite sure what he's taking his time with here, but now
I think he didn't. He didn't. I think he didn't notice. That makes sense. Campbell was getting slow roll there, but he didn't really.
So this is what we call the race. 50% each. Here, 2 overs for Campbell.
Very quickly, that's all I'm saying.
Doesn't hit anything there. The outs are getting extremely skinny. He's going to hit a 9 or an ace. And neither comes, so we see the end of Campbell Ashton. So, GG's to Campbell. Waiting for a spot. Had to push there. Early position with the ace-9 suited, and unfortunately for him, our chip leader finding a middle pair, which was always going to be good enough to call the eights hold, and it is farewell. We now have 6. 3 players in rapid time here in the first half hour of play. So it's an all-in from Tam here with the ace-7. And Perry folds. See those chip stacks up on the top of your screen. Massive leader is Quang. Nearly 100 bigs. Crazy at this point of a final table. He's in really, really good shape. Jeremy under the gun here. Suited ace. Let that go. Kwang also with the suited ace, but sitting on the button. King 10, the Tam. Facing a min raise. Counting up lots of chips there. Hear it, 425. Liam folds, 265 here for Kwang. Gonna look him up, so we go to a flop. Tam continues, just 200. It's gonna be enough. Combination of so many things working here. Aggression is one of them. Players taking into consideration without question these massive pay jumps as well. 120,000 on top. But we're really starting to climb in the pay jumps. 6 left. To see on the chat wheel, our runners are up the top right corner there. 399 we started with. Biggest main event field. Biggest prize pool. Smidge over 575,000. 120,000 up top. Kwong raises suited ace king. Jeremy, it's another 80 to call. And he's going to have a look with his suited queen. And it's a pretty good flop there. 2 diamonds. Kwong with the king. He's going to just try and drag him along, which I'm sure he's going to do with that flush draw at minimum. Calls. And hits. Bang. Queen high. King high flush with the queen for Jeremy here. Kwong top pair. Decides to slow down. See a river. Usually the 2 on the river makes no difference. We did see one hand in the Hashem deep stack where the 2 on the river made a massive change. 1, 2 left in the deck. Daniel Klinger hit that on the river, finish up second in the event as Jeremy leads out. 325. Be tempting for Kwong here with the kings. Be a great fold. Hard to fold here. Can't, can he? Braden joins me again here. It's played out in a very interesting way, Braden. Jeremy hitting the flush on the turn. And he can't let it go, understandably. He's going to get the bad news. And nice pick up there for Jeremy Lee. A really nice pick up. Jeremy vaulting to 2.8 million. Second in chips now.
Certainly had a rush from the deck from the start of coverage, has Jeremy. I know he cracked Liam's aces off stream on the secondary table last night as well for a big pot too. So running well, Jeremy Lee.
This has been incredible 9 days here, mate. The way the Melbourne public has come out for tournament poker. This is the first tournament series outside of Crown that we can remember, and people have come from everywhere, evidenced by 399 up the top right-hand corner there. But haven't we had some massive fields? And downstairs on the main floor, we've still got the beast.
86,000 in that prize pool, 50k guarantee, completely obliterated. It was a public holiday here yesterday, King's birthday, and the poker players of Melbourne turned out in spades. Of course, this event, a 250k guarantee, was smashed as Tam decides to call here in the cutoff with 4s. Liam Jehu folding 6-4, so one less 4 in the deck for Tam. And George is going to come along with the ace-3 suited. Pretty speculative stuff from Tam here with the 4s, but he's a man that likes to see flops. As Georgie boy
Thank you.
basically flops them dead.
Let this one play out, Jinxie, but yeah, I want to talk about this week and some of the events we've had and some of the fields.
Tam's going to realise him calling here. Pretty strong range, so he's going to stab here with the 4s. Obviously, George not mucking around, calls instantly. Kong's going to get out of the way. Let's see if Tam has got another barrel in him.
There's only 1 4 left in the deck.
This is already pretty dicey for Tam. Feel like maybe start to give up here. SBR about 1.3, but he might have other ideas. Does. It's going to try and get this one to showdown. Still beat some hands. 7, 6 of clubs. 7, 8 of clubs. We don't beat 7, 8 of clubs anymore, actually. Some club combos we still beat, but not sure that we can fire another one off here. He does agree, and George will take that one down. 1.2 million going to the way of George, which propels him to second in chips. 3.3 million. Liam Jehu now the shortest stack with 13 big blinds. Not sure about that from Tam with the 4s. But he's been around for a very long time. Very good intuition.
Well, guys, you know really well, I'd imagine, on this table.
Certainly do. George, just only a few weeks ago, took down a 1K for around 30K, so he's had a really good month. Jeremy, not a man that likes to fold, as we mentioned, and probably the story of the event, really. Liam Jehu taking down the Crown main event last month for 370,000, and if he wins this, it'd be $500,000 in a month for Liam. Would be quite incredible.
Wouldn't that be a story? And next to me, of course, very accomplished player in his own right. I would describe myself as a very accomplished watcher of poker. Love the game. Love the intricacies and love it when it gets into a situation like this. 6 very, very good players. 1 player extremely deep. The others all fighting there for every last chip. Jeremy folds.
Getting after it a bit there, Jeremy, with the Jack-6 suited on the button. Kwong in a commanding position here. Haven't played too much with him, but just going by that lead in the 3-bet pot versus Tam prior, we might be seeing some, stuff we're not used to seeing, something that's more unconventional. Kwong just playing his style, and it's worked well for him here so far.
Just talk about the fields here so far and talk about the numbers. Obviously, there were a lot of guarantees put up for some of these events, and the smashing of those guarantees is such evidence of the numbers and the support that we've had. Talk about that in the tickers. Doesn't seem to be a hand that we can just get into chat on here, because players are picking up playable hands pretty much every hand, and now it's Perry's turn with the jacks.
Well, at least we can basically confirm now this is the same deck from last night.
Just a crappy little 9-2 for Kwong. Certainly got the chips to speculate here.
What's that?
He's too smart. Smells it out. So a couple that I want to talk about. That Hashem deep stack that just smashed the guarantee with so many players in that, and saw that incredible finish with some of the craziest out of the coffin rivers that I've actually seen ever. 1 outs and 2 outs on the rivers. I've never seen that many players survive.
They keep telling me
We'll have
1
to,
outs, 2 outs.
Go and have a look at that. I mentioned Daniel Klinger earlier hit the single 2 in the deck in that event to stay alive. And then our winner, we're at a pair of 7s. He hit a 7 on the river, and he finished up winning the event. Pretty crazy. The other big event, which was the Goliath, very early in the week, our $2,250 buy-in event. Huge prize pool, smashed the guarantee. And then probably the best story of the whole championships was this event, the Melbourne Champs main event. We had a guarantee for that was actually reached after 4 entries into our 3rd flight. We hadn't even played the weekend and we reached the guarantee on this one.
I mean, it's all well and good for us to say it is the APT biggest one ever, because the buy-in has increased, but we still doubled the guarantee.
Yep.
The thirst for poker in Melbourne is insatiable. To the point where a lot of us that have been travelling around the tour for years, me, Matty, people like me, Matty Gin, Liam, Simon, these people, everyone thinks we're from Queensland and New South Wales. They just assume because we're there so much, but we're only there because we can't play here. But now, APT figuring out a way to get this done.
Well, it's all thanks to Dazzler Tickets. If you're living under a rock and you haven't been aware of what's been happening here, Dazzler, our 3rd party ticket provider. So you buy your tournament entry and pay a booking fee online here. Dazzler, separate entity to the Australian Poker Tour. So every cent of your tournament fee goes back to the players. And in Queensland and New South Wales and South Australia, you can take an admin fee as part of your tournament fee, and that's why the APT and the APL, etc., are all playing interstate. Melbourne's been so starved of tournament poker, but this is...
So one general rule usually try and stick to when you're talking to acquaintances or general public is talk about politics, religion and education. So the less said about what the legislation is in Melbourne, the better, I think. I might get in a bit of trouble, but
it's just a way of doing it, and
everything seems to be very difficult here for when it doesn't have to be.
Well, you and I live in Victoria. We're victims of the shutdown here, longest shutdown in the world. So I suppose it's fair enough that we all feel a little bit aggrieved down here. It's going to take a long time to get over that. But what we have been able to do is not only put on the APT here, but to hold it at a venue like this and finish up playing our final tables, our feature table up here on the 41st floor of this incredible building with honestly the most amazing views in Melbourne. Been calling it the James Bond Casino Royale room all week, and it really does feel like that. Very different at night. It's incredible today. The sun's out in Melbourne. It's cold, but the sun's out, and the view over the bay is honestly. Sometimes I'm not even watching the cards, Jinxie. I'm looking out over the view and I look down and go, oh, hang on a sec.
View of the bay here for us, and over the other side of the room is a view of the city and the restaurant down below us on level 40, 360-degree views. An amazing feed apparently as well,
Yes,
they tell me.
Had a feed here on Saturday night, and as I look down over the mezzanine, I can see there's a photo shoot happening down on that level underneath us. Absolutely no surprise. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, no surprise, you're the one who spotted it, to be honest.
This would happen very often, I'd imagine. I'd imagine every day the restaurant's closed, there'd be a photo shoot downstairs. He's having a laugh at me because it's a model's photo shoot. So I was looking at the view of the bay, Jinxie, not but this mezzanine level, and you can see right down into the restaurant level. It's a pretty incredible building. If you haven't, I live 10 minutes down the road. I didn't know this existed. So if you've never been here,
you and me both.
Get here. The Oakwood Premier. It's
Let me
just
go back
incredible.
to the hands here. Tam really not wanting to fold any two. Thinking about his options here with the Queen 10. He's working with around 20 big blinds. He knows Queen's going to be opening quite light here with the way these stacks are distributed. Does come with 3-bet. Saw Kwong peel the Jack 10 suited and lead the 10 high board previously. We're working with around the same stack depth here as well, so let's see what he does with the 7-8 suited. Doesn't decide to peel that one off. Liam, Jehu, our shortest stack here with around 11 big blinds. It's got a long way to go to achieve what would be an incredible feat, winning 2 main events in Victoria in a month. He'd be waiting a long time to see that again, if he can pull it off, but he's got a lot of work to do. Very shallow here down towards the bottom, but every player now guaranteed 24,500. 6.5K jump though for the next elimination. That'll be in Perry's mind as well as Lamb's, as George decides to defend the King 10. Of course, 120,000 up top in our biggest ever APT main event. And George flopping top pair here. Tam got that backdoor flush draw working. Probably a board we'd want to continue on quite often. But George will be going nowhere. Probably only ever going to come with call. So the 6 of spades rolls off on the turn. George has a flush draw now as well. Probably one of the worst cards in the deck for Tam. Be surprised to see Tam just give this one up, but I could be wrong because he looks down at his stack immediately as I say that. SBR's just over 2. He's going for it here. George just does the obligatory spade check. Little does he know he's got Tam down to 4 outs, and he does come with call. Big river coming up. Will Tam follow through? It is the 3 of clubs. $1.5 million in this pot. Tam with 1.2 million behind. George hasn't checked just yet. George is a player who usually acts very quickly, so he might have some intentions of finding a lead here. Does make his decisions fast, so action's still on him. Check, check. Okay, that makes a little more sense. George may have snap checked and we just missed that in the booth and the camera hasn't picked that one up, and it was actually Tam that was in the tank there deciding to fire one more barrel, but that makes a little bit more sense. George checked so quickly the cameras missed it. Harvey, you rejoin me in the booth.
Pretty incredible the technology we're using here. Jinxie, we talk about it a little bit. People are probably thinking what a major operation this is up here. We have the great Matty Marshall sitting next to us, who's running the whole box and dice. And incredible software that we're using here. And one of the great things coming from obviously a production background as I do, the way the tracker automatically moves the cameras around the table. We don't have a switcher, we don't have someone sitting there switching each camera.
All automated.
All automated. Software knows whose turn it is to act and follows it around accordingly. On the odd occasion, we might be a little slow, but it is quite amazing. Anything we're doing here that's totally manual is the betting and the chip stacks. And we're doing that via our dealer. You'll obviously notice the dealer is calling out every single bet. And Maddie is putting that in to our graphics, and that's what you're seeing. But everything else...
Give yourself a little more credit, Harvey. You just said that you've been involved in production, but you did start one of the biggest shows that's ever been on television. Let's give yourself some credit. Of course, involved with something that was an institution for me growing up, the AFL Footy Show, Thursday night. I never missed it, not once.
Good times. 25 years on air.
That's unbelievable.
Longest running live show in Australian history.
That is truly unbelievable.
But always loved my poker, Jinxie, and what a great opportunity to be involved with the Australian Poker Tour. Every time I've been on the microphone, you ask me a bit about my poker background, and started with and still continues with the same 8, 9, 10 mates who I play Manila with.
Three-card Manila.
$1, $2 Manila. We started when we were 18. And continued my poker journey. Met Jehu after he won the World Series. That changed poker in Australia, changed my life a bit around poker. Met Tony as well, and used to playing the home game with the great Shane Warne, some of the greatest times that we've had. And a lot of the boys who play in that home game have been here this week, supported Jackson Warren at his signature event.
Jumps too big at this time in the tournament. Happened in the other tournaments too. It just makes the tournament unplayable at the end.
I hope you're enjoying our ability to bring you lots of great live poker here on the Australian Poker Tour. It never ends. We wrap up here today and everyone's eyes shift to Sydney. It's going to be massive in Sydney. Jinxie, end of July.
The big talking point about that is the guarantee on the main event in Sydney. 400 smackos guaranteed for that main.
Probably received a little bit of encouragement here, I'd say, by getting up to 575. So 400 guarantee in Sydney. That schedule is out, Sydney. So get online. Be an interesting one. It's in the middle of the WSOP, so it'll be interesting how we go there.
So that main event has got 6 flights. 7 flights, sorry.
Wow.
7 flights of the main event, 400,000 guaranteed. And also the Goliath, $200,000 guaranteed as well.
Perry pushes all in here. The King Queen.
These are the spots Tam finds himself in that a lot of others wouldn't. Queen 10 here. It's raised under the gun off 12, and now he's in the tank versus Perry. I mean, this is what happens when we do something a little speculative pre. Our decisions compound on further streets. Tam really giving this some thought with the Queen 10. And Perry in amazing shape here. And Queen 10's are probably a hand we'd like to use as a raise fold or even just bin this one 6-handed. Not sure what Tam's thinking about.
Well, he's thinking about going in here, clearly.
I mean, he just can't. Perry would be licking his lips if he knew what Tam actually had. Let's gamble. Tam Chuong says, let's gamble. His raise called off. The Queen 10-0 and Perry in amazing position to double up. And the worst part about this, every other player on the table does not want Perry Jeffs to have chips. And this is a bit of a gift from Tam. As
Queen comes out.
Jack of Diamonds on the turn, gives Tam a flush draw. Don't do it to us. And it's come in on the river.
No.
What is happening here in the APT main event? Sorry, I had my hand over my mouth then.
And your eyes as well. And it's see you to Perry. What a run out.
I mean, if dearie me.
Well, some of this leaves us absolutely speechless, and now it's Tam with a whole heap of chips.
I think we can sum that up in 2 words. A deck read.
Yeah.
He must have knew what was coming there. Tam raise calls off the Queen 10 under the gun, and Perry's on his way home out in 6 for 24,500. And we've been left speechless more than a few times on coverage.
So while they're sorting out the chips here, giving you a look at the Sydney schedule, the New South Wales Championships. Hope you're able to take that in. If not, It's obviously on our socials, Facebook, and on the APT website. Get up to Sydney. Great venue too. Have a look at where we're playing. Finding some ripper venues for the Australian Poker Tour. I'm going to take up commentary because Jinksy's just lifting himself off the floor here. He said, let's gamble. Gamble he did and got lucky.
Yeah, look, I'm in absolutely no place to be saying anything about Tam Truong's game. He has been around for many, many years and won millions and millions of dollars, but I don't have anything for you, Harvey. I'm sorry. I know that's what I'm supposed to be doing here, but you know, what are we doing?
Well, however speechless you've been left, Perry is in much worse shape.
That's very true.
Seen him just walk through in front of us, head very, very low, and can't believe when those two cards turned over that he was going to be on his way out.
I think when he jams over Tam's raise, right, and Tam's in the tank for so long, he's got to be thinking, you know, Tam's probably got a hand like ace-8, maybe ace-7 suited, and he's not doing, you know, he's still flipping against those hands. He had no idea how well he was actually doing against Tam's hand. And he goes runner, flush. 5 remain here. And that leaves Liam Jehu with the shortest stack, 9 big blinds. Got a lot of work to do to achieve what would be an incredible feat.
Tam here. Hitting the straight. He'll take that pot down as well. No let up. So we're 5-handed now. Liam, as you can see by the VPIP there, has been very, very quiet, and he's just waiting for his spot. A little bit card dead.
I mean, he's only really had the ace-3 off that he jammed the button with and nothing else. So this is not the time that you want to be getting poor distribution. Jeremy Lee is on the other end of that distribution, however, as he picks up jacks under the gun, and he could have a confrontation here. 21 effective.
This could be a massive hand here, mate. You've got Kwong with a big chip lead.
Let me just size up these stacks. Small blind has 25.
You know he's not calling, so he raises this up. Looks like to 500, 5 or 6. 550. 600 it was, sorry.
Just an absolutely great spot for Jeremy. Slam dunk get in versus the chip leader, and it will be on Kwong to see if he wants to peel off the 29 bigs with 9s. Jeremy would be in great shape to double up. Let's see how this hand proceeds.
Timing, how long it was going to take you to say it's on Kwong, and there it goes. Thanks for the comps, Shelley. We're loving being here too. Where else would you want to be on a Tuesday in Melbourne? Sitting up on the 41st floor, commentating the biggest prize pool in APT main event history, down to 5. Watching some great poker.
Here it comes, Harvey. Oh, this is just a call. Wow, okay.
Wow.
SBR is 1 now. I'm actually quite shocked Jeremy doesn't put that one in. Kwong with the gut up, no diamond. Jeremy in great shape to at least win the 1.5 in the middle. Interesting. line from Jeremy, especially being the second shortest, as Long decides to check this one back.
Feeling we're not seeing another check here from Jeremy.
Wonder if we come with around a third. Which sets up a jam for about 0.6 on the river. We've got to start putting chips into this pot if we're Jeremy Lee.
Just a little bit here.
He's come with a 10th pot, it looks like. Less than. Seeing some funky stuff here on the APT final table. Top set.
Such a small bet into
It's
a big
less.
stack.
It's less than a tenth of the pot.
He's going to want to have a look at a river, surely.
Oh, we can't fold now, especially versus this size.
We do get the call, and in trouble if he hits an 8 for Jeremy. Let's see. It's a 10.
What size does Jeremy come with now? 1.7 in the pot, 1.3 behind. He must have a plan with this small size that he used on the turn. What's he looking to execute on the river?
Try and get the size right. Obviously got no idea what Huang's holding. So he goes for
just under
like 450, 425.
Under a third here.
Tempting.
Should be a way out of this for Kwong. It's this size and the way the action has played out. Not sure how well nines are doing. But he is going to... Oh, no.
I love that when you go for the chips and then look straight in your opponent's eye just to try and see something.
We just don't have that many bluffs here once we go 1/10 and use this size on the river, and we only have a bluff catcher. And with this line, I don't feel like there are that many, potentially, if any, but he's going to pay it off. And Jeremy picks up.
You can wry smile as he looks at the full house, realising just how far behind he was.
Interesting hand, that one. A line we don't kind of see too often, but it's worked out for Jeremy over 3.5 million. And Liam Jehu, our shortest stack, he's got a long way to go. 4 stacks above him are creeping away.
Still there though, and that's, you know, a testament to his patience. He's seen players fall away who had bigger stacks than him, and the pay jumps we've said are enormous. And of all the players on the table, you wouldn't want to be doubling or tripling up Liam at this stage.
Absolutely not. As
it's Tam again. Nines. How many times he had nines? It's crazy.
I just heard Liam on the mic say he's getting dealt out of the tournament, lamenting the very poor distribution he's had here. So Jeremy's going to defend the 5-3 suited, flopping bottom pair.
It is on the chat there, Josh. It is the jinx in here with Harvey Silver. We're having a great old time. Certainly getting a bit of chat about who's in a position to play poker on a Tuesday, on a work day? Well, I'll tell you what, when you start on a public holiday, well, actually, they started on the Sunday, went through a public holiday. If you're coming back playing for 120k, you are finding a way to play poker.
Next to no doubt about that.
This one was always scheduled to roll into the Tuesday, and it was confirmed with the massive field that we finished up having. You can see up in that right-hand corner, 399 entries, and we're down to 5. Amazing job by the APT Tour. Props to Tony Hashem and the team. It's been a really great 9 days. I think anyone who's come down here has had a really terrific time, and especially those privileged enough to get in the lift and come up here to the 41st floor, as Jeremy again has a hand.
God, he's being hit in the face by the deck, Jeremy Lee, so far. Just wondering, though, if that was one that got away from him with the jacks. Kwong could have been 3-betting to get that in with the 9s. I doubt he would have been folding there for 20. Jeremy calling, but we will never know. We will never know.
Kept the sizing small and managed to get Kong to come along, but absolutely right. Just wonder, could he have maxed that a little more? It's got plenty of chips though.
Well, that one's going in. Liam Jehu puts...
Finally gets a pair. Probably not the pair he would have loved, but he finally picks up a pair.
He would have taken anything at this point.
Just wondering whether Kwong, with the 10-9, is going to call another 525. Not sure if he will. As we said earlier, he doesn't want to be doubling up Liam. No one on this table is going to want to double up Liam.
Don't think 10-9 off's going to cut it here, though. But we've seen some crazier stuff on this final table already. Does go into the mark, and Liam gets that one through. You would have been happy to have seen anything at that point. Only had 2 hands that he could play on this FT. He's just under 9 big blinds, but a lot of work to go for the Melbourneian.
And is honest in telling them what he was holding.
Yeah, I heard that.
Rare. Not rare from Liam, but just rare on the table. The most used quote at this stage of a tournament is usually, "You'll see it on the stream." We're, of course, running 25 minutes behind these guys. It's George on the button. Raises to 200, and Tam, who just keeps picking up hands, as the ace-queen.
It's be interesting to see how he proceeds here versus George being the covering stack. 26 effective. All options are on the table, and he's looking out into the distance, thinking of all of them.
The only one I can see here is Ray's Jinxie, but
I think with Liam being so short, we can also call, but Tam seeing what he's been doing today, it's a likely 3-bet incoming.
there it is, 7.
Let's see if George decides to get a little frisky, puts that one into the bin, and Tam picks up another pot. The stacks have really evened out up the top. Kwong has come back to the pack a little.
It's It's inevitable. We're going to see a Jeremy Tam confrontation scene. They're both getting unbelievable hands.
certainly
Just
are.
getting dealt, like hand after hand, honestly. Whereas Paul Liam at the other end has been card dead. Jeremy with the ace-9 here under the gun.
When's what? Break? Yeah. You hungry?
Raise 200,000. Fold. 200,000.
Raises it up. Just when you get around to Tam, who this time doesn't have a hand.
Hasn't stopped him before, Harvey.
No, that's true. Now Liam, Queen 5 in the big blind. He's only got 675 behind. Big decision here for Liam. Decides to call.
Not much going here for Liam. Really not getting the cards required for anything.
Jeremy has to bet there, of course, and gets Liam off it.
That pre-flop raise percentage just about tells you the story of Liam's event. There's just been absolutely nothing that he can do at all.
Also tells you the story of how Tam and Jeremy have been going with starting hands. So there's certainly not much bluffing or speculation going on. Those pre-flop raises are coming with premium hands.
Great for the stream and everyone watching at home, as Tam no doubt's going to raise this one up.
Expecting you to jump in and say your favourite non-premium starting hand, because you know that is mine. 10-8 offsuit. Liam is going to be pushing this in with a Queen Jack, I would say.
Yeah.
And it goes. And quick fold from Jeremy. Tam will call. And here we go. Really big moment for Liam.
Not Queen 10 again?
He's in good shape. See the percentages there.
Given the way Tam has been running here, Liam's going to feel like he's got a little bit less than 65% equity, but Queen Jack good for the moment.
And he gets a queen on the flop. That's
Two
gonna
spades,
make him feel
Harvey.
better, but yes, 2 spades. He's got to avoid a spade. It's just a spade now.
It is a spade. It's the Queen of Spades.
can you
It's the
believe
Queen of Spades. Yeah.
Wow.
And Liam Jehu's back in this. It was a spade. Tam made the flush.
Yeah, but you saw the spade as well.
I saw the queen.
Because you would have been thinking spade. You would have saw
I
spade.
think a couple of them actually thought Liam was on his way out of this main event.
All I saw was the spade. I didn't even see
No,
it.
I must admit I saw the spade first too, but it gave Liam the full house, and he's going to double up. And he's well and truly back in this. Only 13 bigs, but it's enough to get it done.
Correct. 18's correct.
This deck's given us a lot of entertainment, Harvey.
Isn't it, White?
I knew that. It's just about if I can like squeeze my way to like anything above 50.
I just wonder if we're going to look back at that and see that as one of the moments of the event.
Aces now for Tam. What is this?
We are going to have an inquiry into this after the event. Oh,
Harvey,
I think I'll give them all straight back here. Liam, the King 10 suited on the button.
this is going in, Harvey, no doubt about it. Liam loves King 10 suited. And he's going to run straight into the aces of Tam Truong.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, Liam.
Certainly
Could
was.
have been well and truly out last hand. This
Is that
Tam
Or was he went? Yeah, okay. All right. So it is gone all in and call. 3 million in the middle here. And Liam Jehu has run straight into the aces
I will
of
say
Tam
it's not
Trong.
the worst hand in the world to be up against aces. Not the worst hand. Suited, of course.
Liam's going to
Great
need a lot of help.
possibilities.
10. Backdoor club
Oh, okay.
as well.
So City's 10 here. Oh, it's only a king or a 10 now to keep Liam alive.
It's there.
It's
It's
a king.
there. It's there.
King 10! No! No!
Liam Jehu with his
He's kissed
favourite
on-
hand.
He is kissed on the proverbial, and that now, back-to-back hands. Back-to-back hands, that's changed this whole tournament. The danger man has chips.
That's just about the worst thing that could happen to the other 4 players in the table. Liam, of course,
That's why you shouldn't gamble, bro. You should play
Yeah.
safe. You gotta play safe.
winning that main event last month. He's on fire. But
Okay, that is
it
incredible.
doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. And Tam,
Tam, who's just been getting hand after hand and looks down at aces and must be thinking, how blessed am I? And the king on the river. Tell your mates if you're on the stream. Tell your mates, get them on watching this. This is not a highlights reel. This is not a highlights reel. This is as we are playing.
Tam was in a commanding position, and all of a sudden, he's just down to 11 bigs. It just hasn't stopped as George is going to look to 3-bet here. Jeremy really getting after it with the 8-9-0 on the button. And Kwong now with ace-jack. Really, very, very small size here from George. Incredibly small, and it's perked the attention of Kwang with ace-jack, a hand that's probably performing pretty well in this spot specifically. So let's just see what he decides to do. So we're just catching our breath up
You
here.
haven't heard from me, have you? Because
Oh,
I just can't believe what's going on here. Oh. Decision here for Kwong.
We are 41 effective, so we'd be looking to 4-bet to a size with this one if we choose to do so, but it goes into the mark.
This stuff
He's
yesterday,
very wary of George, isn't he?
5-6
He
hours.
folded before when George had raised. And
The small size works there.
yeah, very wary. George has not been overly active, but still has a hell of a lot of chips.
And then the one time I 4-bet you snapped me off.
Did I?
Yeah, I got it in a hand as well.
Yeah, I had ace king against sixes. Good game.
If this stream does not sum up tournament poker, I'm not sure what does. Liam with 6 big blinds less than 10 minutes ago now has 30. Cracked the aces with the king 10 suited. And he's well and truly back in this. That's not what anyone else wanted to see. And Tam now our shortest stack with 11 bigs. It feels like we're watching one of those condensed WSOP final table coverage, you know, a 40-minute YouTube clip of all the most interesting hands, but it's just a straight live stream. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped ever since that hand from Dennis Huntley and George last night. It's been one of the most exciting streams that we've had here at the APT for sure.
Cannot remember the last time we saw a walk or a small against big. There has just been hands, good hands dealt.
Well,
Every single hand.
you've got, as Tam decides to jam the 4-3 offsuit for 12 into Liam. And he's going to get that one through. I think it's definitely a function of the specific 5 players we've got left. I think all 5 are known to really get after it. Their tendencies lean towards being quite aggressive. As Jeremy has a look at the lunch menu there.
Who won the hand? Lucky you didn't get it.
George under the gun here with ace jack. To raise 200. Jeremy round the big. Gonna put away the lunch menu and have a look. No, just gonna have a look. Going to, yes, he is just gonna have a look. Putting an extra chip there. Accidentally. 998.
So what's the blind? 200?
Decided lead here. 175. One thing we've seen, thinks he is George does not give away his chips easily.
Oh my god, that's cooked.
I have no idea what's going on.
Balls. Jeremy hits his 6, takes the lead. Check. Bit of a scary card
6.
for Jeremy. So he's just happy to check it down and take that pot.
We're playing blind versus blind. I'm not even joking. That's why I raised to 250.
They can have a laugh. Wasn't a huge pot in the end, but still significant enough. 425
Do you get why that
more
changed?
goes into
The blind 50
Jeremy's
I thought
stack.
you
So
looked at it and
You
I
bet the
was
flop
small
as well. I was like, oh fuck, did he try to 3-bet me now? He's losing.
see that Jeremy and Tam
I thought
have
I
been
accidentally limped F3
more
and
aggressive
I
than
didn't even
the
hear
other
you say
players,
down. I
and
didn't know what happened. And then I was just
I said it's not much bluffing and speculating going on there. They've been more aggressive because they've just been getting fantastic starting hands.
The commentators would be.
And
Happens again.
Does the jacks?
yeah.
Raise 200,000.
Tam holds his jack 10, gets round to Liam with the ace 6. Ins it. George decides to give that up too. What's next for you on the poker scene, Jinxie?
No, not much for me. I'm off to Europe with my partner next month, so won't be travelling around or playing anything before then. Unfortunately means I won't be in Sydney with yourself.
Apparently you can't. Yeah, of course you can.
No, there's
and then hopefully get to the APL Millions halfway through that series upon my return. So that's the general plan.
Where are you spending your time in Europe?
Where am I going? Barcelona, Portugal, Amsterdam, Croatia, England. I think that's it. I'm going to Belgium as well. So nice little holiday for us. There'll be no poker there. If I played poker over there with Peter there with me, I'm not sure I'd be able to be on the plane back. But
we'll be coming home separately.
and then get back about halfway through the APL Millions series. So hopefully try and get to that one.
So the ace jack again for George, but this time in the small blind. Bumps it to 500. And Jeremy's not calling that.
Jeremy's really been getting after it on the button. We saw the Jack 6 suited, the 890, and now this hand here. That information would be getting back to the players right about now.
No 120 level is actually crazy behavior. What was that, sorry? There's no 100. It's like 50% increase in the start tournament. We're playing for yearly salaries and we got a fucking 50% increase.
Players know that they're 25 minutes ahead of the stream, and I am reliably informed that Liam timed that out in his head and stepped out off the table and watched the stream for those two hands just so he could enjoy it.
Of course, 5 left here, $120,000 up top. All players now guaranteed $31,000. The jumps are getting really big now, Harvey. And that silver plated ring up top with that 120K. You'd love to have that in the trophy cabinet as well.
Beautiful glass trophy that our dealer just leans over and gives us a look at. It's sitting behind him on the table as well. One of those straight to the pool room situations.
Absolutely.
Beautiful trophy for the big events here. And of course, as you mentioned, the APT ring, as both guys have the same hand here, King 10 suited.
George getting after it here. Love to see this. Wonder if Jeremy uses this one to fight back. It would work. Have seen crazier things from Jeremy for sure.
This would be a shove from Tam here.
Oh, it would be on the more speculative side, but what we've seen from Tam, we wouldn't.
Seen some interesting stuff. Just saw the facial expression there, just thought, No. So it's another 250 for Jeremy to call.
It's the third time he's been 3-bet by George, so I'm just wondering if he thinks it's time to take a stand. Would be a nice hand to be able to do that with. Wouldn't fault him either way, though. Comes with call. 1.2 million in this pot. A couple of King 10 suiteds.
75, 150, 150.
George being the aggressor in this pot. But Jeremy with the backdoor clubs. Both have the same gutter, of course. Would be surprised to see George not continue here.
275,000.
Flop has gone check bet call. Wonder if this is a card that Jeremy finds another barrel on. Interesting river here. Wonder if this is a card in which George can go after Jeremy with. This is one of the only times ever King High would be good. Surprised if George just doesn't fire one here. King High so really good in this spot, but George is thinking about it. Be surprised to see him one knuckle this back though. Just thinking of a size. Here it comes. Looks like around 700,000, and it is going to work as Jeremy snap folds that and George takes it down.
Blinds are up, guys. 75, 150, 150.
As you'll see the blinds down there, 50, 100K. We're gone up.
This is the 5 minutes or whatever.
And we are on a break here, I think, but they're just discussing if the players talk this one through.
It might be
Looks like
continuing.
yeah, that looks like they want to play.
If you want, you can still take a break.
We're gonna break.
Yes, we do.
Favorite dealer.
Correct.
Your favorite deal?
Yeah. My favorite dealer. Let me.
So they are deciding. To play through this one. Still 5 remaining here. All players guaranteed $31,000.
Including that, probably, yeah. No, probably 2.5.
Call and option.
Interesting spot developing here between Liam and Jeremy. Blind v blind.
Check. And check. Drag another. Check.
Jeremy decides it's time to start putting chips into the pot with the King 5. Liam can't fold just yet. Oh, he finds it on the river. He finds it on the river. You can already see the look on Liam's face. Doesn't like it. Let's see if you can find a way out of this. It's basically guaranteed to be a chop. Does lay that one down. Great fold from Liam.
Wow.
I don't like seeing that back on the stream. Nearly every card in the deck would be a chop pop, but Jeremy finds that one on the river. Tam down to 9 big blinds. Well played there by Liam, though. Got away from that one. There's a very milky size there on the river from Jeremy, and Liam able to sniff that one out. Of course, that 150k, big blind, 75, 150k, changes things a little bit. Big jump there from the 100k big blind. Leaves.
So Kong just puts the cards down heavily in the reader, leans back and decides the pocket threes are going to be a min raise under the gun. Jeremy, ace-8 suited. Glance over at Kwong's stack.
He's got a decision here. He's working with 20 bigs, but we've seen him take passive routes quite commonly. It's quite common, sorry, especially with that Jack's hand. Definitely ripped this one in, but decides to come with call. Don't fault him either way, as not much doing there for the ace-8 of clubs. Probably a board that Kwong would want to start continuing on, but chooses not to.
He's going to go check bet here, surely. I don't think Kwong's going to let Jeremy see another free card.
Does
check.
Looks like he just wants to try and get this one to showdown beat.
Potentially.
Hands like Queen Jack, King Queen. We're still ahead of those.
Let's see what that river is yet. That's a queen.
It's gone check.
They do get to showdown, and Kwong picks up a few more chips. So we're still 5-handed. We lost our first 4 players in reasonably quick time, but there's a lot of backward and forward now. All our players have chips to play with.
Everyone's really settled into it. Got their own style. Be feeling pretty comfortable, even Tam, with 9 big blinds. As Jeremy tells Liam that he did river 2 pair, and be feeling pretty happy about himself with that fold.
Turn your king into a race.
Oh. Oh.
Jeremy here with Ace Jack. He's really picked up some good starting hands.
With aces.
That's yeah.
Check.
100%.
Yeah, I bet Jeff. Bet 200.
Call with the gutter. A couple of ways that he could proceed here. Does just lay that one down. Jeremy gets it through with the ace jack. Tam now our shortest stack, 9 big blinds. Liam has doubled up twice, but with that jump to the 150k big blind, only working with 15 bigs. Plenty of poker left to be played here in the APT main event.
You're so here furthest away from me.
Ace-6 suited here. Wonder if we could use this as a raise fold off 15. Liam certainly likes to go after these spots. We are 5-handed though. He does agree. George with the Jack 10 suited. He's going to 3-bet this one. Able to sniff it out. It's been a pleasure watching George play. He's been really getting after it. We didn't expect any less, to be honest, but the ace-6 suited. It's not going to work. Liam just sizing up George. But I reckon this one might have to go into the muck. Liam's been able to sniff something out here. Could be a little bit of Hollywood, but he might have got some information. But George is really getting after it. No snap fold from Liam, just sizing up whether to 4-bet this one into the middle, but he can't get it done. Down to 13 bigs now. Great stuff there from George. He has put the foot to the floor. Now with 35% of the chips in play, 5.6 million. And that's all really been through no showdown. The beneficiary of that outrageous cooler last night. But he has been a 3-betting machine. I reckon Liam, that was a spot where he knew George was getting a little frisky. Does mention something to him across the table.
But no need. Pardon? No need.
Fold and fold.
It could have been a need. Sometimes, yeah.
There's Chris Kokonos in the background. Came 8th in this event. Eliminated on the third hand, sticking around to watch a couple of his mates play for 120k.
All in.
As Tam jams in the queen deuce. Liam with the 9 deuce, can't find it. And he's just won't die, Tam Truong. Been around for so many years. Millions and millions of dollars in cashes.
Fold.
Tam here with the Queen 6-0 on the button. Not really sure what he's thinking about. This probably should have hit the mark already. Tam's moved all in. Tam's moved all in. Oh, and Liam's got a decision here. And what great shape he's in if he can make this call. Tam deciding that 9 bigs on the button with Queen 6 is going into the middle. Can't really explain this one or why. Liam, if he puts this one in, he's going to be the one to beat. I guarantee it. This goes in. Liam with King Queen suited. Tam has got his hand caught in the cookie jar. And he's going to sheepishly turn over the Queen 6 offsuit. What a spot for Liam to double up. And we'll have 4 remaining if the King Queen holds here. This is a huge pay jump. Tam, Queen 6 off from the button for 9 bigs. Goodness me. Liam in great shape here. It's a 6 in the window. Backdoor diamonds for Liam.
There you go.
Ace on the turn. 2 kings left in the deck, and that is going to be it. Tam Trong doubles up. Harvey.
Oh, wow. I think I've seen it all.
You were going for the flush, but
I actually think I have seen it all now.
What are we doing?
2.3 and 50.
It's a cooler.
1.350, yes.
It's a cooler. It might be a Tam Truong cooler, but Liam's going to feel for about the 10th time on this stream. I'm a bit speechless again, Harvey, but
Well, the only bit of, I suppose, speculative, unorthodox that we've seen has been from Tam, but that's...
I mean, his raise
Yeah.
called off the Queen 10 before off 12 versus Perry and knocked him out. He jams the 10 on the button with Queen 6 offsuit and finds the 6 versus Liam Jehu. I don't really know what we're doing. Does Tam just not care about money? Like, 10 bigs on the button. I was wondering why it was taking him so long to fold, but he finds the 6 in the window. Liam's still in, but he's got 1 big blind and a half behind. And he's going to try and ladder up, but Harvey... The Queen 10 raise call off was... Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, the Queen 10 raise, the Queen 10 raise call off was bad enough, but the Queen 6-0 there, I mean, that's just not what it's not what we want to be seeing. I really find it hard to. We don't want to sit up here. These players are on the table and we're in the booth. They're the ones playing for 120k, but it's just not good poker. Liam has really suffered that one. However, I will say, Harvey, he did crack the aces with the King 10 suited versus
true.
Tam.
We thought he was out a little while ago, so it's swings and roundabouts, but sometimes when you're on a roundabout you shouldn't even be on. It feels a hell of a lot worse. Tam is just going to be thinking he's been pretty lucky
300.
twice now. He's called off. He's been a massive dog and has been able to somehow hit a card and stay in here. George
Something
has
developing
seen the
here
ace
as
jack.
well.
How often has George seen an ace jack in the last half hour? He's contemplating now. Further proof.
He hasn't stopped, George.
No.
It's just been 3-bet, 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 and he's been able to...
Up 1 mil. 1.2 mil. Oh, 1.2 to call.
That's,
Chat's
Jeremy's-
going off. We love it.
Jeremy's got a decision here.
You can do whatever you want.
I reckon the information of how George has been playing, it's been 3-bet, 3-bet, 3-bet. This could be a spot where Jeremy back jams into George, but he lays that one into the mark, and George is getting away with blue murder here on the APT main event final table. He's running away with this, Harvey. He really is.
I should learn that. I should learn.
And it's all been through no showdown. It's all been through just 3-betting, raising.
Computer media.
I don't know.
Internet computer media.
Big blind 10.
And if you've played with George before, it's obviously no surprise. So, interesting dynamic coming up. Liam's going to get 2 more free hands, I'd say. Or not, took the words out of my mouth, because the 4's under the gun is going in for a big blind and a half. He's going to be devastated. If he holds there with a king-queen, he would have been able to pull off a feat that...
And have a look. Straight behind him.
And I feel like this is the end. I really do.
And again, just the realities are he cracked those aces, so he was in probably when he thought he was out, and then he was out when he probably thought he was not only in, but going to have a whole lot of chips. Now it's 4s against queens. Just wait. The Kwong. Tam.
Oh no, we can't.
Oh, jeez. I thought he's just going to put that straight in, but...
Well, it's less than...
It's only 100.
Well,
yeah.
but it's actually less than min race. So
Yes.
he's just going to...
Gonna have a look.
Call this off, and these players will be looking for a $9,000 pay jump if Liam is eliminated here. So you often see these spots checked down as Tam's got top pair and Jeremy with queens. Potential confrontation here between the non-all-in players. I think after that bet from Jeremy, Liam knows that his APT main event is over. Is he going to bin this?
Surely not.
He certainly has the facial expression of someone that doesn't want to continue in the hand.
Might be thinking about to get a pay jump here. Why Jeremy's bet.
I mean, it would be inexplicable, but it looks like
Good word. Seen a bit of inexplicable here. The last little bit.
I'm done, Harvey.
This is just
I'm done.
Jinxie's just that. Jinxie's rolling around like he's. You're not going to see if Liam can spike a 4. He's gone. He's walked out of the box. Just a 4 for Liam. There's only one in the deck. He doesn't hit it.
7-9 or 3-9?
And we lose Liam Jehu. 5th place, picks up 31K. Very, very handy dollars. He'd be disappointed though. He's a man who would have been looking to take this whole thing down. And there'll be plenty of people watching this stream thinking, what the hell is going on? But
Liam, what's your order?
we do have now 4 left.
Sean, do you get me food? Thanks.
George bossing the table.
Okay, small blind, big blind.
Very few players who wanted to go up against George. It's hardly got to showdown. And
Campbell,
he's
like, you don't follow
sitting
me.
there with over 6 million chips.
Oh, then I'll be talking to myself and I'll, yeah. I know what I'd probably have to do, but.
4 clubs is burn, everybody. Small blind, 75 and 150 big blind. Oh,
Got Jinxie coming back in. I think it was just a toilet break. I don't think it was discussed, but we're certainly getting some very interesting feedback on the chat. It's been fascinating to watch, and sometimes it's blown our minds a little bit. Some of the stuff we've seen here with so much money on the line. We're so at the pointy end of this. Some really interesting decisions being made. Kwang now on the button raises with the ace jack. Jeremy, the queen 10 suited. We'll have a look from the big blind. We just keep getting hands against hands. It's all action. This time there's a queen on the flop.
Look, I might have been a bit harsh there on Tam, but that the fold's correct. Jeremy's sitting there with queens. We might have just seen why Tam has been around for so long. He might just see things that other people don't. You know, his intuition. There's not a player that there's 399 players in this event, Harvey. Not one of them would have folded that flop. Tam just puts in top pair. I mean, he's seeing something that we aren't, and it was correct.
We go check here with the jack. So Jeremy has the check mark here, and Kwang with the ace jack. I'm not even sure how that ran out. Did that run out that he turned 2 pair? He may have. I don't even know how that ran out. I think we're just both.
Well, I was not on this level. I left. So you tell me what the run out was.
You can run back and have a look at that. Doesn't matter what he could have. So, bet here from Jeremy. And Kwang again with a decision. Yeah, you are right. I think that's right. I think there was a 9 on the turn, so he did turn 2 pair. Pretty sure. That's right. He would have won. So we'll see that back as well. There's a call from Kwang. Chips swing around the table a little further. Kwang's lost about half his chips since he was the big stack here. Four left. Next player out wins 40,000. 120,000 up top.
We have confirmed that, have we? The 9 on the turn?
9 on the turn, so yes.
The inflection points of those two hands, right? Like, you know, when we take the queen 6, but we fold the 10-9 in that. It doesn't make sense.
No, we all know. Look, the only factor for him is obviously that Liam's all in. It's a paid jump. Does he want to go and risk any more chips on that hand? But in the bigger picture of winning the event, it makes no sense. So.
Then why jam the queen 6? You know, like it's he just has this intuition. That's the way that he plays. Tam has probably $3 million more cashes than me. It's not for me to say anything. But
I'm the last person in the world that's going to critique play. I'm just saying it's unusual. Not that it was bad.
Do you know what it was though? Good television. It was good television.
Stream. Kwang now. Not only the jack, but he's got 2 pair. George checks his 6s. Guess what?
I love the way that George is approach this final table. He has had the hands to take it up to everyone else, but you know, we had that spot there where Jeremy could have backjammed the nines, but he's starting to really run over the table. And if you have played with Georgie Boy before, it wouldn't surprise you whatsoever. He's a man that likes to get after it, and as I said, he is running away with this one. 120k up top. Of course, he won a 1k about 3 weeks ago for 30k. Wouldn't be bad 3 weeks. Harvey, 150k in the bank after a couple of weeks of poker.
Not at all. Fortunately for him here, he's bet 250 into Kwong's full house. Call. This time George checks.
Just a reminder too, we are on a 13k jump, so everyone now guaranteed 40, but then we go to 53, 79k and 120,000. The jumps are starting to get quite big in terms of buy-ins. And George is gonna snap bin that. And he's back up over 4 million. Kwong come into this final table as a monstrous chip leader. There's Liam still sticking around in the back having his lunch. The news would be out by now about that hand. His phone probably getting flooded with text messages as George here with the 10-4. Wouldn't be surprised to see him raise this one up, given he's got Kwong covered in the big blind. Good hand to be able to do this with as well, and he's going to get away with it. Georgie Boy, of course, that clip last night that we put out on the Facebook page and is in the comments for you to be able to go and look at. Had 6,000 views this morning, the last I looked. And it would be fitting, a hand that went as viral as that for an APT stream, being the winner of the main event. Incredible stuff there. Dennis Huntley had to drive all the way back in to play one hand. But it is George here with 5.7 million. Just under 40 bigs. Jeremy Lee, he was deep in that main event that Liam won a few weeks ago as well. So he's had a couple of good results recently. Is George getting in after it here with the 7-5 suited? George with middle pair and the backdoor flush draw. Not much going on there for Tam, though, and that one goes into the muck. It's back down to 12 big blinds, guaranteed $40,000 here in the APT main event. 399 runners for remain, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Certainly had a lot of commotion. It's been great watchable television if you're joining us from Twitch, YouTube or Facebook. George starting to run away with this one. Well, if he's putting Queen 6-0 off from the button, the Queen 5 suited is going in from the small blind. I just about guarantee it. Working with 12 here. Saw him jam the 3-4 offsuit for 10. So I can't see why the Queen 5 suited won't go in. It does. Let's see if Jeremy wakes up with anything that can go in as well. The answer is no. Welcome back, Harvey. Just
was finding out what's going on. We haven't had a break, so I just wanted to go and see what's going on. The guys forfeited a break earlier to keep playing through, but I can tell you are going to have a break very shortly. I think just a 15-minute.
Yep.
Guys have been having their meals at the table, and don't have to run too far here, which is good. We've got the restaurant, obviously, but we've got bathrooms and balcony downstairs if they need to go and get some fresh air, so they don't have to run too far. But as I say, we are about to take a break.
Interesting spot here for Tam. He just raises or puts this one in. I reckon it might be the ladder. I'm wrong again about what Tam's up to as he decides to just raise. Wouldn't have mattered either way as he's back above 2.5 million. George in a commanding spot, just under 40% of the chips in play with 4 remaining. With the way he's been playing, the path to victory is going to go through George. Been around for a long time. Of course, even though we're trying to figure out when the players are on a break, we need a break as well.
We do.
So I don't think it's too far away.
See Liam in the background there. He'd ordered his meal. Was obviously hoping that he was going to be around a bit longer. He's up the back there. Wouldn't be tasting as good as it would have about 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely not. Interested to see how George proceeds here. We raised up the 10-4 off last hand. Would be surprised to see anything different here. And gets that one through again. Kwong hasn't had much distribution go his way for the last hour and a half. And that might be it, Harvey.
Yeah.
We are on a break.
So I think we've got 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. Don't go too far. I'll see you shortly.
Welcome back here. A lot of commotion. Got us down to being four-handed. But things have cooled down a little. But here's Georgie boy, though, in a commanding position to take this one out. And he just open jams the 4-3 suited 4. And this is 17 effective. 17 effective. Georgie boy puts that one in. But I wouldn't be going anywhere if I were you. As he is working with 42% of the chips in play. Opting to open jam. 4 high there.
All them beans from Tam.
You notice the string all in?
That's Tam
Said like all the beans, like
with 10 bigs.
string bit.
String bevel.
Puts this one in. Jeremy can't call yet again.
Quick run downstairs. Jinxie, get a bit of fresh air.
I went down to the supermarket.
Yep, so did I.
It's actually a cracking supermarket.
We've got stuff there I've never seen in my life.
Apologise. You just asked me if
Yes.
I'd got some fresh air. No, got to the supermarket. It's actually cheap too.
Oh, I don't know. There's stuff that I bought here. I've never seen these. Bought a packet of something. Never seen them in my life. Some very interesting stuff down there. Little convenience store. All right, we're back. 4 left.
How are you feeling about the music today?
Very lovely. But reduce off. No sigh, no sigh.
As Tam starting to get a little bit of a run on here. Ace-9 suited. We saw him raise the King-Queen suited off about 13 before. Dealing with 12 here now. No, that one's going in.
All in from Tam. All from Jeremy.
It's going to get through.
Free money for you.
Then you just win anyways. Huh? Then you just win anyways.
Raise from Jeremy for 400.
George. Ace-2 suited.
Well, This is very wide from Jeremy, but it is to be expected now because we saw the 8-9 off, we saw the Jack-6 suited, and now the Queen-2 suited. Jeremy won't die wondering, but it's yet another 3-bet from George. He's actually starting to run away with it, and they've all been hands. We had the Jack-10 suited, the King-9 before, the Ace-2 suited again. George has put the foot to the floor, and it's worked every single time.
Hasn't had to go to showdown pretty much at all.
I actually can't think of when he has. That is an indication of how well he's actually playing. He's been able to obtain 50% of the chips in play, and they've nearly all come from bluffs pre-flop. Of course, he got that King-10 suited one through when that ace hit the river versus Jeremy. Been very impressed with how Georgie played. Played with George a lot. I know that he's not doing things that I didn't expect, but it's good to just see what he's always been up to. And he's closing in on 8 million chips. Always been very hard to play against. And Harvey.
Guess who?
This one will be going into the middle. Just has to get through Jeremy in the big blind. Harvey, this is the same look he had when he folded the 10-9, but I'd be stunned. Yep, no, goes in, and George will lay that one down. Seemed reluctant to do so, but that is an absolute fist pump. Get in there. It's pretty even down the bottom of the ladder here because George is working with 45% of the chips in play, but he's been so good to watch. He hasn't missed a spot. He's gone after it every single time. You know, and what I was most impressed with, he was able to sniff out Liam's raise fold with ace-6 suited. Liam nearly re-sniffed it out and 4-bet jam, but couldn't do it. And George put that in with the Jack-10 suited. Pretty hard to actually decipher that Liam has a raise fold there off 12 5-handed, but he did it on that occasion with the Jack-10. He's played lights out, no limit hold'em has George, and he's running away with this one.
So Tam again looks down at a pocket pair. I can't believe how many pocket pairs he's had on this final table. Fortunately, this is only just twos.
16 bigs, Harvey. It's going in.
It's going in, though. Yes. And I heard call there. Very quick call to... Oh,
George has kings. George has kings. Harvey, if the 80% equity holds for George here, this main event is very nearly over. He's playing so well, and with the amount of chips that he's got here... stop this. Stop this.
Lord.
Backdoor diamonds for George. A 5 for a chop. What's happening? Wow. It is a chop. There is a chop, Harvey. What?
Oh.
Tam finds bottom set, but it runs out as a chop. Harvey, we can't keep doing this.
No. Just about the biggest hand of the event there, and it finishes up being a chop.
Well, that's a $120,000 chop for George, because if the kings hold there, he would have been an unstoppable force. He would have been closing in on 10 million chips, and he basically could have just been able to jam every hand. Tam flops the center, runs out a chop. This deck, this deck of cards, we need to take it to every series for APT for the rest of history. Oh my goodness! What is
Say if
happening?
this was a online game, and not a live game, there'd be a corporate
Oh,
inquiry.
it's, mate, I'd shut the laptop. The laptop's out of the window. Wouldn't be the first time I've done it either. Oh, goodness me.
Runs out of chop. You're kidding me. So George would have been skipping all the way to the title.
I don't know.
Flop, then he's devastated, and then he's just thinking, "Get me out of here."
I don't know how to explain it. Is it a good beat or like what? Like, you were pretty dead after our opponent flop's bottom set, but I think he's going to take the chop every day of the week after that flop. Did have the running diamonds though. That was live.
On the other side, if pre-flop, if you'd offered Tam the chop, I think he would have been more than happy. So
Also true. Standard there from both. Two's had to go in. I reckon George might just open jam this again. We saw him, Harvey Ewan, in the booth. He does it. He did jam the 4-3 suited from the button. So the ace-7 off is going in. No doubt about it. 17 effective here. Tam peels the jack 10.
always wondered if you look at the cards slower, if there's a better chance that they're good cards than if you just have a quick look at them.
That all that tells me is that Tam has played a lot of baccarat. I'd hazard a guess. George still over 8 million here. I was going to suggest we could be at a point where George could just start ripping in everything. This would qualify, but 2, 4, 16 effective.
Good time not to rip.
God, I was going to say, if that had been there, I would have been losing 2.4 million chips, but and he bins this one. So we are getting close to that stage, though. If Tam or Quan get below that 2.8 million chip mark, George can just start ripping everything in, and it would be pretty good television. Kwong had a stranglehold at the beginning of this final table and was getting hands early, but that ace-king was the first hand he's picked up in a very, very long time. Hasn't really got the distribution that's needed in the final stages of this event, but the ace-nine's going to be good enough.
Whoa.
We've seen Tam do crazier things, but this one's going into the mark.
Put us through the ringer. Yeah, we did see Kwong up around George's stack not that long ago. He had around 7 million. Lost about half that. Ask a few. I'll ask a few of you out there watching. Got a lot of viewers. Where you think it's heading from here? The obvious answer is George, but seeing anything in some of the other play that might change your mind on that? Jeremy, Ace King suited, and Kwong, Ace Queen. So. Jinxie, we're about to
Sorry, we're back. And as we were just saying, how poor Kwong's distribution's been in the last couple of hours, it continues here. As an absolute
all-in call, and Jeremy's going to be in fantastic shape to double up here. Again, probably, well, not probably, it's the worst hand you want to see up against an ace-king here.
It's an APT live stream though, Harvey.
Yeah,
absolutely anything can happen.
An ace comes out, doesn't make any difference.
One queen's been folded as well. 2 outs once. And Jeremy Lee will double up. Kwong left with 8 big blinds. He's been the chip leader of this event for about a day and a half. And it just hasn't gone his way when he's needed it to. He's played well, just hasn't got the cards. And it's impossible to do anything there. Four-handed button versus big blind. That is just a stone cold cooler going the way of Jeremy Lee.
Kwong even looks like he thinks he's on his way out there. Got his shoulder bag on, his jacket done up. Can turn around pretty quickly though.
Yeah, we saw him spin up the 6 big blinds. It's never over until it's over. Especially with Tam at the table, anything can happen. Jeremy here with 4s in the cutoff off 20. Interesting spot.
Raise to 400.
I'll raise this one up.
400 a call. Fold. 400.
Is not the 2 cards. Tam will look to defend, and Jeremy gets that one through. Starting to close in on the chip lead of George. Remember, we are on a $13,000 jump, and then a $26,000 jump after that. So things are getting dicey, ICM-wise. 120K up top here.
Yeah, we're also shallow now. I came back. Average is 20 bigs. George has like 50, so we're all
Fold. 200.
Remember, what goes up must come down, right?
What goes up never stops going up. That's what we said, right?
And again, for the 3rd orbit in a row, Tam's picked up yet another hand to jam into the big blind of Jeremy Lee. It goes in. I don't even know if we'll get to see what Jeremy had there. He folded so quickly. But he's had it every time, Tam, when it's folded to him in the small. George still in a commanding position to take this one out.
Loving the feedback on the chat, just for transparency purposes. I couldn't give a fat dog's turd who won this, so thanks very much. Rooting for certain players. Fair dinkum.
It's not much for you then.
It's not for me.
Kwong here off 8 with the Queen 6 suited. I haven't heard that saying before, Harvey. You might have picked that up on your 25 years at the AFL Footy Show, working with Sam Newman or something like that. But looks like Kwong is really thinking about putting this one in. Just thinking about the 400k he's got to put in the next hand, which will take him under 5 bigs, 6 bigs, sorry. Just don't think the Queen 6 suited qualifies. Jeremy here, the 2 chip leaders blind on blind. We haven't seen a blind v blind confrontation between these two just because Tam has raised up so many hands.
What do you got there, George?
Oh,
He's got pocket 8s. And
as
big fold, of course.
of course, George, the last time he had pocket 8s, what happened there? I'm going to check to see how many views that video's got. Of course, if you were watching last night, it was truly a sight to behold. And the worst part about that one is Dennis. Not sure where Dennis lives, but he definitely had to drive in at some point for one hand. And
One hand this morning. He was absolutely crippled on that very last hand last night. And Tam. Ace 7 suited.
Yeah, the guy that caught him beans. The guy caught him beans.
It goes.
All in from there. I wasn't there. Careful.
Lockie Crilly on the chat. How are you, mate? Hope you're going well. One of your Vegas boys, Jinxie?
yeah, well, I'm trying to think of what time it would be. It'd be late at night there in Vegas, so good to see you joining in on the chat, Lockie. Hope things are going well over at the World Series.
200 to call. Fold.
George again.
100.
Raising it up.
7,500 views we're at for that 18 last night.
It was only last night too.
Exactly right. That was egregious.
Message us when we get to 1 million.
Be nice.
No, we've had some views on various hands, but that was a ripper. So, Tam, King 5.
Oh, heads. Check.
Piece for everyone here. Bottom pair for Tam and middle pair for George. George has, I'm going to guess his C-bet frequency's been close to 100%, if not 100 on this final table. I can't remember him knuckling too many back.
That's 300.
And he's not stopping now. Harvey, we actually, like personally to me, to tell you, we got a lot of really good feedback about the commentary on that specific hand, and everyone that was like, "Oh man, that video was great." I had forgotten what we'd said. The hand was so crazy, I'd actually forgotten what we even said during the hand. It was just us. It was just us yelling, screaming, and losing it. And poor Dennis, as Tam has found it here on the turn. Love to see a check back here from George. He does find it. The deuce of hearts changes nothing. This is interesting now. It's 1.7 in the middle. Tam's got 2.6 behind. He's going to have to start putting chips into this pot. And George will have a decision, but it's going to be dependent on Tam's size.
Well, what is the size, Jinxie?
Well-
What are you doing here, do you think?
I think I'm probably going somewhere around a third. That's what I feel could be okay. 450. Once George checks back the turn, we do have a lot of 10x and 7x that we want to try and start to target. I feel like around a third would make a bit of sense, but me trying to predict what Tam Chirong is going to do is basically pointless. I'll give you the tip, but that really does make sense for me here. It's going to be a lot larger than that, though, from the pinks that are in Tam's hand, I think, Harvey.
All in.
1.5x pot jammed, basically the absolute opposite of what I've said. So it is 2.6 into 1.7.
2,500,000.
George is going to have a think about what hands are going to do this. A pure bluff catcher here. Not sure where our bluffs come from. Maybe 8-9.
2,550,000.
8-9 with a club. Jack 9, Jack 8 with a club potentially as well. Not sure Jack 8 defends, but this is an interesting spot. I think George is going to be able to sniff this one out. This is a monstrous, what is it? 1.4x pot jam on the river.
He's certainly not putting Tam on 3 5s. I just can't see him thinking he's that strong. But anyway, it's harder at the table. It's a lot easier for us looking at both hands here.
Not sure what this size achieves. We have value, but Tam's obviously deciphered that once George checks back the turn, he does have a hand of some sort, whether that be 10x or 7x. And I'm just not sure those type of hands would call this size. But George might have other ideas, trying to figure out the combos of bluffs that are running through his head. Maybe 6-8 is another one with a club. And George able to figure that one out and sniff it. As Kwong, now our short stack, Tam with that monstrous jam on the river. Would love everyone's feedback about that one in the chat with the overbet jam. With our specific hand, let us know. You and I are up here, Harvey.
Bluff or no bluff?
Bluff or no bluff, Jeremy asks.
25 minutes.
25 minutes. That's
There
the
it is.
delay we're on.
Yep, you'll see it on the stream. A very popular quote. You'll see it on the stream. Don't give away too much. Certainly got him confused.
I mean, I can see the cards. We can see the cards, and we're confused. It might be a thing. It might be a thing, but Tam again with another hand to jam into Jeremy. That's 4 orbits in a row. Tam's picked up a hand to jam in from the small blind. He's had it every single time. Let's see if Jeremy finally wakes up with something.
Time raises to 600.
Comes with raise. Jeremy, nowhere to go here with the Jack 7. And that one goes into the muck. You can see a fair few notables from 5th to 9th. Of course, Dennis Huntley, a mainstay of Australian poker for such a long time. Brutal cooler last night. Chris Kokonos, he finished 8th. Perry Jeffs copped quite the bad beat from Tam, as did Liam as well. But nice consolations from them. Good to see you in the chat, Dan. Always watching along. Big fan of the streams. Won't be at Echuca tonight with you, unfortunately, but I'll see you Sunday at Cranbourne as the pocket sevens are going into the middle. No doubt about that.
Tim folds. Jeremy folds. You get round to the big George. Folds. Spoken about that hand last night that's had so many views. We should chop up that hand that Dan Klinger had on the final table of the Hashem as well.
Remind me. Was it heads up? And was that the
Ace,
one-outer?
Aces against ace 2.
Yep.
He needed a 2 on the river to stay in the tournament. There was 1-2 left in the deck and he hit it. He stayed in and finished second in the event. That was just one of the crazy climb out of the coffin hands on that final table.
16,000 up top in that one where Dan came second. Luckily for him, luckily for Dan, $16,000 is pocket change. So George putting the Queen 9 in here and it's going to get through.
It's a better night out, mate. The trots of the dogs.
Spent a majority of my life at both of them. Both sports struggling a fair bit at the moment. Harvey, I'd say I'd probably prefer the thoroughbreds currently. Racing not in a great state in Victoria especially, but hanging in there. Dan loves the trotters. Often see him there.
I did work for the Greyhound Racing Association for many years, actually. Did all their videos and content. That was fun. Travelled all around Victoria.
Yeah,
all the way
okay.
from Wang to Cranny.
Oh, Wangaratta, you're going back. Wangaratta track was closed down before I started. And I was 18 when I started at the Dogs.
What's the
2008.
one next to there? Seymour, where's the trots? The dogs? No, there's Wang dogs.
Nah, there was. They shut down. They shut the track down. Too unsafe.
Too unsafe. Healesville, the straight track there.
Yeah, the straight track at Healesville.
Yeah, travelled around the countryside with the dogs. I think they've been a victim of the rise of the thoroughbred racing in a lot of ways.
Tam defended the King 5 before off the exact same stack. So let's just see what he does here with the King 3. It's an all-in.
Yeah.
It was a raise of some description, and yeah, it sounded like it, I thought.
Okay, it may well the quick fold
There's
perhaps
Tam.
told you that it was.
Jams the King 3 off for 21 over George's button raise.
I reckon it was, you know.
1.2 it sounded like.
Okay, cool. Might be hearing that table a little louder than us at home. The balance is just putting it down a little bit here because we can't hear each other if the table's up so loud.
200. Oh, 200.
seen Tam get after it non-stop. Let's see if the 3-2 offsuit qualifies. We saw him jam the 3-4 into land before, but it was for about 12. Not sure this one's going to cut it. He does agree.
All the beans.
Still 4 remaining payouts on the screen. 120k up top.
79 second, 53 for third. Our next player out takes home 40k. Kwang is getting a little short here. Just going to want to see something. Nothing there for him under the gun. Fold from Tam.
Look how disappointed he looks.
Jeremy just calls, I think. And a couple of rag hands going to the flop. Jeremy 7 puts him miles out in front here.
225.
George gets out of the way.
First hand of one versus.
First of many.
Maybe not today, maybe next time.
No, today.
Tam rocketed up the chip stack. He's only a million behind George now. Kwang now isolated as our short stack. He's on the big blind here. He is, so it's getting desperate. Spot to get it. Despite what the other two players get, you're just going to think that Kwang, if he's got pretty much anything, he's just about going to have to go here. Queen 6, and he does with the Queen 6, so big dog here as we go to the flop for his tournament life.
Oh, you net rolled it.
Huh?
You net rolled it.
I said big hand.
Oh, did you? Oh.
11 bigs if
Queen.
Cleaner is
I said big hand.
really back into it, but
Here.
hard to beat. The APT main, ace king control.
There's an ace.
About as good as it gets.
No, five then 4.
Looking for a split.
All over Harvey.
It is now.
Now it's 4. Alright. Set up 4.
So we finally get down to 3. Long bit of play there, four-handed. Congrats to Kwang. Was our mighty chip leader there for a while with over 7 million. He had his stack whittled down and just had to go in the end. The Queen 6. Some more chips for Tam, who's now our chip leader as we go three-handed. $40K. Our next elimination is 53K for third, 79 for second, 120 up top here. 399 entries at this main event here in Melbourne, and we're down to 3.
I reckon if one of us wins it, we're going to spend it all tonight.
Dead small.
Yeah, there's more.
George is talking about what they might do with that big prize money.
Fold, fold, and fold. Dead button.
By the way, something.
Sorted.
Oof, that's a good one.
That's good. Black as well.
So Jeremy now the short stack, but still plenty of chips to play with.
Do we have a TD in here?
Yeah. Can we get Adam?
Oh, well, if the blinds were... Oh,
Not sure when it'll be, but I have been informed we'll have another break when we get down to heads up.
After this hand, yeah. 150, 250, 200.
Four-handed took us a fair while, so no telling when we're going to lose our next player as George raises with the suited ace. Tam, suited connectors, 10-9. We get a bit funky with it.
You're absolutely not going to believe what happened to me, Harvey, just then.
I know if I want to hear.
I'm contemplating if it's safe for stream. I think I'm going to go with the latter. I might tell you on the break. Goodness.
Tell me the break and I'll make a judgment call. Whether we should repeat that for the stream. Did it have anything to do with the photo shoot downstairs?
It had everything to do with the photo shoot.
So there's a number of models here and a crew shooting a photo shoot, fashion photo shoot in the restaurant downstairs, and that'll be the prelude to the story, and I'll hear it and then decide whether you should repeat it or not. Tam.
I'm more speechless than the Queen 6 hand from Graham after that, I think. Not sure I missed much whilst I was gone.
I'll carry it for you for a bit. Tam's raise gets through there. Chip counts. Tam up top. Jeremy, as I said, short stack, but he's still in good shape. 13 big blinds. Plenty of chips to play with. A lot of movement up here. We are 25 minutes behind, but I can tell you there's a lot of people mingling around up here. I think we're going to get a fair rail for this heads up. So we don't know, obviously, what's happening in the room, but we do see people mingling around outside, so perhaps this marathon event is heading towards heads up play. Total of 200k between first and second. So 120 up top, 79 for second. Heap of money. Someone's just brought Jinxie a cool towel to put on his...
I'm rattled.
He's
I'm rattled.
Something's happened. It's rattled him. Can't wait to hear.
Doesn't matter.
No,
That's a raise all.
oh, right, right, right.
Now it's Tam with half of the chips in play. And the way he goes about things, the distribution's on his side. He could really, really run away from this. And as I say that, he picks up ace-jack on the button.
He's certainly picked up hands, hasn't he, Tam?
Hasn't stopped ever since he got that double. Pure defend here for George. Just doesn't stop for Tam. It's going to continue here, and George can't fold just yet. So more chips about to go into this one.
Balls are 300.
I'm on seeing a bigger size here from Tam. This is a hand we can try and get all the chips in on by the river. Tam's got his own way of doing things. Goes to recheck. Yes, you do have ace jack. Love to see somewhere around 2/3. Depending on what the river is, trying to get everything in by the time it comes out. Tam mulling over his options. Just under half and a snap fold from George.
So again, in the chat, we love the feedback. Thanks, guys. So yeah, we're aware that you've got to wait one extra second to see the flop. Very low roof here in this room, up on level 41. So we've had to set this up a little different to what we normally do, and just can't quite get the overhead camera far enough over the table, or as much as we'd like to. A bit limited. You're going to see a lot of tripods in the background there. It's not the way we normally cover this. We normally have a grid and have all our cameras up there, but again, the low roof. I prefer to deal with the low roof here, as George has 8s, Jeremy's all in with 2s, Tam contemplating with a king 10.
George, you only called, yeah.
This is again going to be a really big hand for this event. In great shape, Jeremy.
George.
2,500,000.
Just waiting to see what Tam decides to do here with the king 10. Feels like a pretty easy fold in this position, but again, fair to say hasn't played ABC poker.
I mean, at this point, don't really know what he's thinking about here, but Tam, I mean, he's really giving this a think. Maybe he's thinking he can just run it here and end it 3 ways. Not too sure.
The issue is it's been a call from George, and can't imagine the calls George going to be calling thin there. And it's so much easier when you can see the cards. You're sitting on the table trying to work it all out. It's very, very different. And the pressure. Sure he's going to fold this. Well, let's have another think. Oh, really?
There's no way.
Way.
This what?
Way.
He has called. We have a. Jeremy is all in for 10. George has called, and Tam has overcalled with king 10 off.
He's certainly given us plenty to talk about.
7.7 in the middle.
This is massive. Okay, the
Remember,
flop.
George has still got 2.3 behind.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
Well, Tam now has that spade to go along with it. I don't understand what is going on, Harvey. I really am doing my best, but quads here for George.
Well, George is trying to get Tam to hang it himself. He hasn't yet.
Oh, he's checked it twice. He's spade on the river would have been problematic.
Now he goes for the decent bet.
I mean, there's $120,000 up top, Harvey. Tam playing with complete disregard for it, but he will find his way to heads up. He got a $2.5 million gift there from Tam, but we will be heads up. And Harvey, for maybe the 20th time in the last
Just
24
shaking our
hours,
head.
we're speechless
I
here.
know, we should mention Jeremy. Just can't let him walk out the door like that. Third place, 53, played incredibly well. He got a run of cards early in the day.
He
which was
did,
just
but he did
sensational.
play well. He really did.
Played
And
really, really well. and
53K, nothing to sneeze at.
53K, he'd be walking away with a smile on his face and understanding. If you're going to get knocked out, quads is the way to go, I would think. So,
Well, he knew those chips were going in the middle. He just knew he was the ducks were dead. So we're going to be heads up here, Harvey. I think
we
a break
are.
coming up.
Yeah, we've got
potentially.
a decent break. I think about 20-minute break or so. 15 minutes. I'm being told by our production crew. So I think time for coffee is over. Go and get a stiff drink, and we'll come back in 15, and we'll see you then for heads up.
So I've got like 3, 4, 5, 5, 9.
Double check this is what counts.
Easy.
Oh, one of these ones? Yeah. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 9, 5,900,000. And this one. Oh, good. It's like, I hear the players like, reacting. The guy in here is reacting. I'm just there like.
So we are back here. We are back here, and it is heads up. And be fair to say, we are excited. First hand, playing for 120k up top, 79,000 for second. George facing Tam. All the spades coming out here on the flop. Yes. Welcome back, Braden Jinks. Harvey Silver with you here, and it's going to be some fun, mate.
Well, I'm led to believe a potential deal was discussed, and I've been told Tam said no quicker than he puts chips in the middle. So we're playing for it all here. No deal done. $120,000 up top. $50,000 heads up match here, plus that silver ring from Drakakis Jewelers, basically priceless. Something you'd have in the trophy cabinet forever. George has really been the aggressor from hand one here at the final table. Don't expect any different from him heads up. I will be interested to see how he proceeds if he just starts raising his entire range or he starts throwing in some limps. Tam certainly going to be a very difficult heads-up opponent. But George has just been in the zone all day. And 88 of our final table coverage. We've had a lot of viewers tune in today. Everyone's been active on the chat.
Raise to 500. Call 500.
I've really enjoyed this event, Harvey. Biggest in history. I know the buy-in's gone up, but poker in Victoria and Melbourne is well and truly back.
Raise to 500. 500.
George not employing any limps here so far. Been all raises, 2-1 chip lead. It's going to be really hard to overcome. He's been in the zone all day, made correct decisions non-stop. 120k at Georgie Boy's mercy. And wouldn't it be fitting, Harvey, after the video last night that we've clipped and sent out onto the socials, and the victor of that set over flush.
Big glass of milk.
And I'll look back in retrospect potentially and say, well, that was the pivotal hand of the tournament.
If he goes on to win it, I mean...
Because there's been potentially so many pivotal hands of the tournament.
As
Raise to 500.
same hand here.
Check.
Tam would look to continue here, I would have thought. Does so. Nowhere to go for George. And they go into the muck. First.
All right, Braden, I'm putting $10,000 on a heads-up game between you and the Mad Cow. I'll put it to you right now. Right? There you go. I'm confident I know who the better player is.
Nah, I don't. None of that stuff really bothers me. If that bothered me, I wouldn't be here. So,
Nah, we love it.
love coming up in here with you. It's our 4th series together, I'd say. We've commentated some of the best players in the world, of course, TLPT last year.
I reckon that's a mate of yours and he's having a lend. George now with the ace-8. This is a hand that is way within Tam's range from what we've seen. King 9.
We are 23 effective here, so it'll be interesting to see how Tam proceeds. George could be coming over the top. Ace-8's doing pretty well here, heads up for 23. He does put it in. And it's basically no point us trying to predict what Tam Truong is up to, but it does go into the muck. George taking the first real decent pot, heads up, down. And it is a 3-1 chip lead. 72% of the chips in play here, heads up. He's steamrolling his way to victory, and he has been steamrolling his way from about 5-handed. The 3 bets and 4 bets haven't stopped. Been very impressed. He's had a great month. Took down a 1K only a few weeks ago for around 30,000 here in Melbourne. Looking to add another 120 to that here. Ace-2 offsuit. Tam could potentially opt to just put this one in. Does come with raise.
500.
Bit of something for everyone. Gutter for George. Bottom pair for Tam. Of course, his straight draw would be no good. George going nowhere just yet. Queen high can be good still some of the time. The ace-2 of Tam will hold on.
He hasn't checked yet. And he does. Gets a few of those chips back. Sun setting in Melbourne. It's the nicest time up here on the 41st floor. See the beautiful view out the back here at the Oakwood Premiere as we wrap up the champs here. Want to send a shout out to the Oakwood. They've looked after us incredibly well. It's been a terrific venue to play. 2 floors of poker downstairs, and then up top here in the Casino Royale room, we've seen some terrific poker. We've seen some unbelievable beats. craziness in the cards. It's been full of surprises.
I wonder what George is going to do here. 22 effective. This comes with raise. Haven't seen too many limps. Heads up. Thought we'd be seeing some of that. But not a strategy either of these two are going to adopt. And Tam is going to see a flop here with the King 10. Boy, oh boy. The absolute stone colds for Georgie boy here. And the 10 of clubs with 2 overs for Tam. More chips are going into the middle, Harvey.
He's not waiting this time, George.
He always acts. He's been acting so quickly. All tournament.
All we need is a bad card for Tam here, and it's going to be over. 3.
Another small size here would make a lot of sense. George has made the correct decision nearly all day. Something around 400-500. 450. I had a bit of a bet each way there. So here's a repeat 4 on the river. 2.7 in the middle, and Tam's got just over 4 behind. Really interested to see what size George comes with. Really thinking this one over for someone who acts so quickly so often. He does put this one in. He decides that Tam does have enough 4x in his range to be able to... Oh, no, he doesn't. That's 2 million. My apologies. My apologies. And Tam puts that one into the muck. Does have a lot of 4x and 8x there, does Tam. So... goes with still large enough sizes. There's the boss man in the right-hand corner, getting a photo opportunity.
Yes, running our social media too, potentially. Tony Hasham getting all angles covered. Nice little boost again for George.
A glass of OJ or vodka OJ, do you think, Harvey, in the back?
Just OJ, I think. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Good shape here, George, going to the flop. Tam bending into the open ender.
It's a board he's going to look to continue on quite often, but George just going nowhere as yet. Backdoor heart's working as well. Let's see if Tam decides to fire another barrel here. Decides to check this one behind. Nothing doing.
I think that's a 9. It's hit His open ender, he has.
Not wrong, Harvey. Looks like it's... Was that check? Just about one of the worst hands we can get to the river with is 7-6. He may fire another barrel.
$2 million pot. Either has a crack or gives up on it. I think on all in.
No, it sounded like 1.2 million.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I don't mind it. Don't really get to this river with many worse hands than what Tam is holding at the moment. But George has decided to put Tam in from... He's clicked him right back. So he's going to leave himself...
900 if he calls it. Not calling it. So...
That's a massive hit, Harvey.
Yep, had to make a play there, Tam, I suppose. He's 2 million in the pot and absolutely nothing in his hand. Hard to just put up the white flag there, I suppose.
No, I mean, after it goes bet call, check, as I said, 7 high, it's just about the worst of it. Probably got to fire one more bullet, he did, but...
Lost half his chip stack. He's down to 2 million and... Fair to say it's getting desperate for Tam.
What are we working with here, Harvey? 8 big blinds. I think we're at still 125, 250. George can really get away with murder here and just start slamming it in. Yeah, 8 effective. As this, we do see the first limp of our heads-up match. Do tend to see a lot of limping, especially with the advent of the big blind ante. Basically can't fold any two. And you're going to see a lot of these type of hands going to a flop.
Nice for George. Hitting middle pair.
Going to have 6 bigs on the button is Tam. George really running away with this now. He put the foot down 5-handed and it just hasn't stopped. As we were talking about before, Harvey, most of it's been without showdown, as this is going to go in. See if George wakes up with anything to call it off. Queen 3 doing well enough here for 6, I'd suggest. He bets 5 million. That's a bit of a laugh. He's only got 1. George
call.
Has got something to call
ace king?
behind. Is that ace king, Harvey?
I think it's ace king.
Queen has been good to Tam.
It is ace king.
This could be it. This could be the last 10 of our biggest ever main event.
Nothing there. Absolutely nothing there for Tam.
Turns.
That's a little bit more for him.
Queen, Jack, or a 3.
But it's none of those, and we have a winner. Well done to George. Played it absolutely perfectly. Big stack all the way through the final table and takes it out. Congrats to Tam. Bit of unorthodox play at times there. Certainly kept us entertained, but got his way all the way through to heads up. Picks up $79,000. And for George, it's $120,000. Hearty congrats.
He played so well, Harvey. Like 5-6-handed. He decided that he was just going to start 3-betting, 4-betting relentlessly. He had the hands to do so, but he still did it. 5-6 suited, Jack 10 suited. He really put the foot to the floor, and to the victor goes the spoils, 120,000 to Georgie boy. And isn't it fitting after that hand that we posted last night, the suck out versus Dennis Huntley? Those chips ended up being the winning chips. It was pretty amazing to watch in the end.
It was. And when you watch the whole tournament back in light of that single hand, you just realise how things can turn on a dime like that, or turn on a river card like that. It's been great to have you here, Jinxie. We missed you for a bit of the tournament early on, but great to have your company for this one. And
Attaboy, Harvey, as always.
it's always fun, and we can't wait to do it again up in Sydney. Keep your eye out. Schedule's up now, late July in Sydney. But for now, from the team here, led by Matty Marshall back here, doing all the production. Great job. Josh Monk, who's out on the table sorting the chips there. And the owner, Tony Hasham. All the dealers and all the staff. It's been great being with you. I'm Harvey Silver, and on behalf of Braden Jinx, have a great night.